semuanya, kembali lagi di series Elysium. Di terakhir kali, di episode terakhir kita belum turunin mayat sama sekali ya. Dan masih banyak yang kita belum lakuin lah di episode kali ini. Gitu guys. So, ya just kita lanjutkan apa yang kita lakukan kemarin. Oke. Kemarin kita kan pengen masuk sini nih, tapi gak bisa ya. Gak bisa karena nggak mau bukain si nenek. Nah, kemarin tuh gue pengen ngobrol sama yang orang ini belum sempet. Kap katanya ini lebih lebih mahal daripada apa yang udah lu kerjain selama hidup lu ini kapal. Siapa
A
ini orang?
striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Oke.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce.
Halo Joyce.
Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
Shake her
I'm
hand.
glad to see you here. I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I
Okay.
can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is
Thank
good to
you.
hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I
Oke.
should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his
Ini karena
ultimate
kita
goodness.
agak sober anjing.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you
Thank
have
you.
my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines Group.
Oh, ini orang ini guys, bagian dari society yang wealthy gitu loh, yang kan kemarin kalau kita ngobrol sama nenek-nenek yang di kursi roda, dia bilang kalau kita pengen cari tahu tentang asen politik, politik apa ya sebutnya, politik perspektif ya, atau something like that lah, satu yang kayak gitu, kita bisa nanya sama mbak ini karena dia orang yang terpelajar lah bisa dibilang.
It's hard to get a read on her precise disposition, but she appears helpful.
Okay. You're on a boat.
Why, yes, I am.
Does she have a
The
name?
boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19 because that's the type of sloop it is.
What kind of boat
It's a
is
pleasure
this?
craft, a 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing,
Buat
though
balapan.
these days I mainly use it for business.
Okay.
My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we investigated.
Sabar, basa-basi dulu, Kim.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman.
Dia
Good. What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's
Okay.
a giant undertaking.
Emang apa sih Walt
The
itu?
Pines'
Walt Pines
core
ya?
competency is logistics.
Logistic container.
Container shipping,
Jan,
freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there?
Yeah.
blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
Oke, bagian kayak import ekspor gitu deh, kayak semacam itulah pokoknya. Ya logistik.
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
Oke.
A billion?
Wow.
20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be paid. Then there are capital improvements, interest payments. A conglomerate the size of the wild pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It's a tremendous responsibility.
Kita jangan nanya ini terlalu dongo kalau nanya kayak
She
gitu.
nods.
What can you tell me about the strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments that gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus. Why? By throwing off half a century of foreign domination under the Coalition. Unfortunately for you, the Coalition also leases you the right to police West Revachol.
Okay.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
Okay, leave it alone.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
What is your role?
I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
Okay.
And how are the talks going?
Iya.
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Oh, gak yang tadi yang digantung.
Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
Oh, Mr. Head.
Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
Mulai Desember.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took
Okay.
over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union
Fred.
boss.
Si
Mr.
Fred.
Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This
Okay.
isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Iya.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
What happened to this government?
Mr. Clare told him to, how did he put it?
Apa?
Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Okay then.
Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
What are their
There
demands?
are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes. Every worker, a member of the board.
Okay.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board.
In the defense. That means.
Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal.
Okay.
Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
It's pretty funny.
They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution.
What practical solution?
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again.
Okay.
And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the bowyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work.
Oh,
I think he said it was call me mañana.
Yang kita minta kunci.
This checks out.
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock come to plead for work where the Union refuses to? If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not right now, at least.
Okay.
It's implied she's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
What do you think of
Everett
Everett?
Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
Okay.
Of course not. Everett is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
Yeah, this is
He is the
correct,
most
right?
corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Have you seen him?
No.
Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everett does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, we are forced to cooperate with them.
Yeah.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everett and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is...
Basically social mob.
Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf always
Yeah,
hungers.
betul.
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Siapa?
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore. Or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
Eerie.
Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was a union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Yeah.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare?
I didn't
Oh,
like
come on now. He has his uses.
it. Iya
How else
benar.
would he have stayed in power all these years? Or wait, actually... corruption.
Iya.
That's how he's done it. Fantastic. Verm-like. Corruption.
Like,
Reaching into the bowels of the earth.
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official policy. I hope you understand. The RCM does not pick sides.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt verm myself. However, if you felt like discussing something, how could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be gossiping.
Tell her she'll like you for it.
Of course,
Kita
Detective.
jangan bilang kita kehilangan
Should
senjata.
something come up later down
Makin
the
dongo
road,
kelihatannya.
don't be afraid to drop by for a chat. Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
Can you tell me about this
Quite a few
lynching?
things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57, and this is my colleague from Precinct 41, Detective Dubois. I'm afraid Harry doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
Oh, and what happened to yours, Detective? I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
Yes.
I can't hear you, darling. Speak up, please.
Aduh.
Oh dear. Some kind of encephalopathic amnesia. I don't even know how to respond. I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine what you gain by faking
No.
such a condition.
Kita emang detektif dongo aja.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
Of course, the situation is extremely volatile. The sooner we can speak about this lynching, of course, Detective.
Lalu coba kita tanya. Tapi dapat
You're back.
72.
Good. I'm afraid I can't say any more until we've taken care of...
Feelings.
Gue udah pede bakal gagal, makanya gue save. 72% masih gagal loh. Masih kedapatan 30-an%.
You're
Masih
back.
gagal.
Good. I'm afraid I can't say any more until...
She's a negotiator. Just float a favor at her. Insinuate.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Aduh.
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
They're profiting from this trade.
Oh.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones. Or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Kenapa? Suruh lagi.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective.
Oh, suaranya pelan-pelan banget.
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance and, not volunteer us to be her henchman.
Yeah.
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands. No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
Okay.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine,
Okay,
GBL, and
narco boy.
various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff. Yes, after they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
Hmm.
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dockworkers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they're vulnerable.
How convenient that they're stranded like beached whales at that roundabout.
Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the
Yeah.
roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment. I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you. No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue. Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Tract and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand.
Okay, what proof do you have to
How do you think
is
they're
involved?
financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves. Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, but she's clearly not the type your typical lorryman would confide in.
Okay.
Yes? Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
Oke. Kita coba interview para pengendara dulu deh, coba. Udah jam 4 sore aja lagi, cuy. Cepet amat ini waktu. Udah hilang aja. Nah, ini ada lorryman kan, satu biji nih. Coba kita interview ya.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind? It's like whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out. Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town too. Like a strike negotiator type. They know what's up. They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching. Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do. Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high.
Oke.
Or laid. Not that I blame them, really. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
What's better than chasing transient pleasures? The more transient, the better. When one's ended, you can get onto the next one. He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to conceal something warm and deep beneath a cool exterior.
Yang bisa nambah empati kita apa ya? Nggak ada kayak deh. Yang bisa nambah empati. Nggak ada lagi. Yang bikin terendah empati ada nggak? Waduh, nggak ada lagi guys.
Now it's turning into a kind of a...
Ease into it.
Tapi nggak mungkin juga berhasil sih, 17% doang. Kecil banget. Tapi ya 17% ya, ada kemungkinan 17% kan, tapi tetap.
Now it's turning into a kind of a...
Ease into it.
Ah, monyet. Aduh, susah banget anjing.
Now it's turning into
Ayo
a
dong,
kind of
please.
a...
Ease into it.
Ah, nggak berhasil lagi anjing. Empati kita levelnya kecil, cowok, soalnya.
Now it's turning into a kind of a...
Ease into it.
Pasti dari beberapa kali nyoba ada yang berhasil guys, percaya sama gue. Masalah kita baju nggak ada yang ngeboost.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo.
Ease into it.
Ah, gila. Gagal terus, cok. Kita nggak ada sih baju yang buat nambah empati.
Now it's turning into a kind of a...
Ease into it.
Ah, ayo dong, dari berapa kali nyoba masa nggak ada yang berhasil sih? 17%, ada 17% kemungkinan
Now it's
guys.
turning into a kind of
Batu
a...
gua
Ease into
harus
it.
berhasil anjing. Kita harus down to this kasus nih biar bisa tahu tentang lynching, karena batch kita
Now it's turning
hilang.
into a kind of a...
Ease into it.
Ah, hilang. Sialan.
Now it's turning into a kind...
Ease into it.
Ah, ilah. Apa ya biar bisa nambahin empatinya ya?
Now it's turning into a kind of a...
Ease into it. Don't go
Udah
too
dapat,
far.
udah dapat 6 tuh. Tapi satunya yang udah dulu, satunya lagi satu aja.
Now it's turning into a
Ayo please.
kind of a...
Ease into it.
Ah. Ayo berapa sih? 33 itu total formidable 13, itu total 9. Dashnya 33. Ah. Anjir. Kenapa sih?
Now it's turning into a kind of...
In his
Ah,
eyes,
berhasil.
an unfamiliar longing. Flecks of brown and gold. It's hard to say. His gaze wanders southwest, down the street that goes beyond the horizon. The road continues for miles, flowing together with other roads, turning into causeways or bridges, ending suddenly in dead ends, or ramping up or down highways. It forms a crisscross pattern across the land, above the Jamrock Quarter, in the form of a raised motorway, and then the never-ending sprawl of Forburg, high above buildings, new and old, the air filled with the rumble of motor engines, to the old south, to the farthest outskirts of Revershaw, through the checkered fields of farmland, upstream to the river Esperance, past Montmartin. The border approaches. You cannot see. It's out of the city. Up ahead, the mist blocks all sight. A gale blows across your cheeks. It is cold. Before you stands a tall lorry driver with sad eyes.
Excuse me?
A flinch jolts his frame. The question has touched a nerve.
Man, I don't know what to say. Not much anyone can do. There's no helping in absence, you know. I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, second kid on the way, waiting all the way in Diora. And here I am stuck in this shit, so far from home.
Yeah.
Diora of the Seven Seas. It's on the other end of Le Caillou, pretty much, on another island called Laurentide, off mainland. We've got a little place there. Can almost hear my kid laugh when it snows. What's it like? Good. And bad. An ache that brings you joy. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios in great detail of living with them. It comforts me. What about you, Cop Man? You missing someone?
Is that what it is? This feeling? No, it's scarier than that. You're pursued by a hunter, smelling of apricots and sorrow, and the past.
I feel for you, my friend. It's bad enough to know who you miss. Missing like that doesn't feel like it has much of an upside. But, thanks for this. It's nice to talk to someone, and I know it wasn't easy to ask. Now it's turning into a kind of a, man, me and narcotics go way back. But, those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man? Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some sort of an entrapment thing on me? Then what's your deal here?
So much for subtlety. Better get straight to the point.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's...
Tahu
Look,
nggak
man,
siapa?
I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
Oke, thank you dan. Ini coba nih si rasis nih. Si rasis kita coba tanya ya.
Looking for something, Runt? Drugs? They're shit, man.
Ya
I
kayaknya nggak
don't
mungkin.
let anything pollute my body. You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage.
He eyes you warily.
I don't know shit, and if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff...
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Lost his fucking job over it. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to. It's a fucking travesty, is what it is. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang. That beady-eyed South
Sealang.
His little
Tapi kan dia
side
rasis, gue
business
percaya
is a
gitu sama dia.
scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well.
Nah masalah dia punya background dia tuh rasis. Si Leng ini tuh dia bukan rasnya dia, bukan rasnya si lorry driver ini nih.
Of course he's a lorry driver. What? He tell you he's just some simple businessman or some shit? He's selling his employer stuff after he broke the seals on his Humanox lorry. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. He's your man, all right.
I wouldn't be so sure about
Iya,
it.
betul-betul.
Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
Guess so.
Coba dah kita ke Silang dulu aja lah. Tapi kalau menurut gue sih bukan Sileng deh, karena dia is a racist fuck aja guys. Makanya begitu. Si Sileng. Oh Sileng. Wanna ask some question?
Everything's still cool here, officer. Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the Very cool. I like your style. Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs. That's so cool. You investigating the local drug trade like some cool narc? But I am not a lorry driver. I am just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
Iya.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole. I'm...
Apa ya?
Realizing he can't get out of it.
Iya.
Man.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream. No! That's insane. It's the fat hater. He's been eyeing me for a week and he sent you here. Maybe he's the one, huh? Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd. You know, the drug crowd.
No use. He's not telling us. He's too afraid. We need to take him to my station and ask him there. After we've called his boss.
Okay, look. There's bad people doing bad things here.
Oke.
That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I spent 15 years working my way up.
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
Kita jangan marah-marah. Marah-marah pun tidak membuahkan hasil kan kalau kita raise our voice gitu.
It's a she, okay?
Oh,
Other
cewek.
drivers call her the lady driver.
Oh.
You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady. I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
It could be. She was strange.
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now?
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos. All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses.
Oke, ternyata yang pas kita tahu info dari si Sileng ini nih, bahwa kemungkinan besar yang transport itu adalah a she, berarti cewek. Tapi siapa? Kita masih harus cari clue.
Hello again, my man. What's on your mind? I don't want to talk about that. Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is. Thank God I don't know. People here call her the lady driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. Now I see why. A friend? An acquaintance? I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay?
Oke,
A youngish woman. Gruff, but in a cool way.
berarti nggak mungkin nenek-nenek tadi.
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Died. It was violet when she got here. Blue before she went.
Then
Ganti warna
she may
rambut.
have dyed it again.
Damn, I don't want to. Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad. She's not a bad person. I know that much.
We can't just let it go.
Yeah,
It's
it's
part
part
of
of
the police
police investigation.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down, she may not survive it. I can't have that on my conscience.
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on this. This is information only.
I don't believe you. She's got the darkness in her.
Oke.
That young person's darkness when you think it's all over. And you're looking for a way out.
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her. It's snitching, man. I know what it is. I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her. More like for her.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind. Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her, or were afraid of her. They'd be more than happy to rat her out.
He's right. There are other options. The raceman, for one. The grey-haired woman. Maybe she knows something. Push Tommy and it will break his heart and his spirit. Don't expect you to be pals.
Oke.
Thank you, friend.
Kita jangan maksa dia lagi karena udah kayaknya dia been through too much, dia kangen keluarganya, dia cuma pengen hidup tenang. Jadi coba kita nanya si orang yang kita belum sempet tanya. Nah, dia nih. Gue belum sempet tanya dia nih soalnya.
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the...
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you? Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s. Back in Methka, during the time of the revolution, the sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buendero. Until you came along, that is. I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman. It was early spring, and the man behind the Black Sun had just come out. The posters were 20 meters tall. Everything was golden. While you, people, were tearing each other apart over your petty little revolution, in Methk, it was a golden age. This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide-brim hat. This man's got a hold over her, even
He was the biggest star of his day. Someone was. They are someone's. They're beautiful. Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole. Diamonds? Of course not. Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine. Is that all you wanted to know, Lowman?
She's just a distracted old...
So he doesn't think she's the
You hear that, Lowman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Nothing. I just don't think she's connected to anything.
A pale dream is what it is. What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see, what I feel. The great adversary, no drugs can compare.
The woman sways her wrinkled shell back and forth.
Yes, go.
The woman is still...
Huh? What is it? What do you want? Did you just call...
She clearly doesn't think she's a lady. Don't repeat it.
I'm not that either. I'm only terrifying to small children and to those who used to know me. How should I know? Do I look like I expect the big ones, the trucks? There's no wind in the middle of this
You feel very cold suddenly, as if
because they can no longer swim.
We still don't know what lorry drive. She drive yang si aduh. I never been good to me. Okay,
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to fuck off? I don't know what you're talking about. Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run You're all bark.
You mean La Puta Madre?
the name resounds like a bell in the air. Looks like the lieutenant has a plan.
Yeah, him.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them all over the unions.
Not just the unions. He has
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating a drug thing if you were.
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peonist job to find out who that is. It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Padre Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the Lorrymen and Carters Guild.
You've seen the corpse in the yard, yes? You took a peek. I know you did. Does it look like his friends protected him?
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
The lieutenant turns and gives you a barely perceptible nod.
Apa itu
I
maksudnya?
softened him up as best I could. Now it's on. Be careful. This man's still got some fight in him by the looks of it. It won't be easy to break him.
Kita save dulu aja dah.
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to...
The main
Ngen. 42 masih gagal guys. Tadi 17% aja bisa, masa 42 nggak bisa. Kalau enggak
Looking
ya
for
masih
something
half
odd?
light. Kita butuh baju yang bisa nambah half light. Nambah half light gue nggak punya lagi. Ya malam ini half light. Lu udah pakai ini loh.
Looking for something odd? Come to...
the main
Aduh. Kita nggak punya baju apa lagi buat half light biar ini.
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to...
men like this
Okay.
only respect two things.
Mampus lu.
Fuck you, I told you. I'm not gonna...
Mood pukul.
There, his voice grows smaller as yours.
Look, fuck you, man. It's some lorry down there. Green, banged up thing. I don't fucking know who she is.
When did she go away?
I don't know. I don't even know her name. She just rolls with the fleet and acts like a big shot. Some dyke, probably. I haven't even seen her for days. Past the monument, down there. The Green Temple. Now, leave me the fuck alone, okay?
A small temple by the monument. Green.
Oke. Dari tadi kayak lu nyusahin pencarian gua aja. Tenonet.
This green found A to Z.
This must be the one he told us about. Unless he was lying.
The door is locked. The glass on the side windows is...
Use the pry bar to smash the window. Open it from the... I don't know how good it is, but this investigation has taken long enough. We can...
Oke. Kita nggak pakai baju yang bisa nama physical instrument dulu.
This screen found
biar
80
chance lebih gede.
With a firm
Ah.
grip, you raise the pry bar. A glint of light catches
Smash
the
it.
window shatters, and droplets of glass fly everywhere, shattering over the lorry floor and pavement.
Subtle.
The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals. These are movie posters. One of them particularly catches your eye. The actress is draped in a sheath dress. Wait, doesn't she resemble someone? The actresses and the rear actor all smile you a warm goodbye. Looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has...
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least.
Is there anything we can do?
Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without the dial key. For contacting an entire fleet of lorry, looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool.
The smell of 1,000... You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here. A hammer. But one odd detail does catch your eye. Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Sandpaper? A novel technique?
The movie stars are still smiling from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a pull-out toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near. A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except it's an issue of Peripherique from last winter. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM.
The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. You close the rusty old lock.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective?
Apa Kim?
All right, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found. Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net. I'm not sure what the Ulan frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks.
Okay.
Listening in on your calls between you and your station.
Yeah.
A worrying prospect.
We didn't find anything conclusive linking them to the smuggling operation. But somehow, I doubt that Evrard Claire would be oblivious to something like this happening right under his nose. My suggestion is, we use it against the Union in any way we can, to our own ends. It's a slippery hill, but we just might be able to pin them down, indirectly, down the road.
Okay.
We should return to the murder case, see what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation, sometime later when we are done here. We do not want to get caught in that. The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause, an investigation I mean. Especially if the Madrid grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome. All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either. Debrief over.
Oke. Kita ke Efrat dulu lah kalau kayak gitu. Si Colm Menana punya something gitu.
All I'm wondering, man. How can I help you? Yeah, the janitor who gave me the key to his apartment said the guy's a bit of an asshole. Like I said before, I don't know much about...
Kita ke Efrat dulu lah, bilang tugas kita udah selesai. I never been good to me. Udah jam mau jam 6 aja. Aduh, aduh, aduh. Jauh lagi, kagak bisa fast travel apa gimana ya? Tahu ini si Everettnya by the way masih ada di rumah kagak? Masih ada di kantornya nggak? Oh masih, untungnya masih. Kita save dulu baru kita ajakin ngobrol.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair. I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you?
There is no way to sway this man in any direction. He is unsuggestible and unswayable. Just tell the truth.
Just as I thought. Culturally antiquated. Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good. Racist mugs in the trash and in the apartment? You guys are just light years ahead of me. I have so much confidence in the ability of your organization. I'm relieved you're doing this and leaving me to do what I do best. Helping people. With the power of
Padahal dia cuma
politics.
korup doang guys.
Yes, yes. Do you think this weasel is somehow connected to the murder?
Oh, no. I don't cross paths like that. All I want is for you to succeed in your investigation. I would never complicate things for you. Believe me, Harry, he's a nobody. Just your basement variety nobody. Can't imagine him being connected, but he does live nearby. Maybe it's a pedantic weasel. Fascists are known to be neat freaks. I feel like a real detective right now, Harry. Am I getting this right? Of course, Harry. Stoic silence. I like that. Very befitting a police officer. I'm not a real detective. You are. By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire?
He performs a motion as if spraying bullets from a machine gun.
I'm talking beasts. Hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramaritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant.
Well,
Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container. About my fun container? It's a hoot, Harry. Who knows? Maybe you'll be in here the next time they move it. It will be very fun, I promise. But enough about me and my container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees.
By negotiator, you mean Joyce?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill. Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people, ex-coal miners, tough guys, all ready to spring into action for their home base. There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly. They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
So these idealists killed our victim?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them. How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company, after a little rebranding. And
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
you said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes.
That does sound quite unlikely, yes. The big guy leading the scabs at the gate is colossal.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll... Oh, they are simply fine young men. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when time...
Interesting.
They're almost all of them great guys, work with them. Hell, interviews. You know what, Harry? I got a feeling they're gonna show up in full force tomorrow.
The lieutenant marks something in his notebook.
But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry.
When you meet this Titus, tell him about this. See what he has to say.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real. I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5 real.
The lieutenant watches you pocket the banknote.
Good boy. A real team player. Now, do you have any more questions? Was it a good talk? I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left.
A man of the left. So you have to be. He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
You're saying it, but I don't believe you. You know how it is, company...
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this...
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
But, he thinks, it's...
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But I'm glad you asked, Harry. There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already... On the coast, Harry, across the canal.
Water drips from the eaves. A woman...
They are just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fat... You bring joy to my heart, Harry. You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I hear there is some trouble with the water. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta.
Okay.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You've got a lot of spirit clearing up the drug problem alongside this murder. I'll talk to the mayor and see if I can get you the key to the city, Harry. Now, let's talk real business. Oh, that's very nice. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry. We're all trying to do what's best for...
Whoa, that's so nice of him. Suspiciously nice.
I'm just a nice guy, Harry. I wouldn't be where I am now.
Okay then, positive emotions it is. You like positive emotions.
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go. He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend... Harry! I have little people in my... Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry.
It's hard to say if he really lost his temper, or if this is another one of his tricks. This man almost never angers visibly.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the... Oh, did I leave my casserole on?
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Harry, Harry, Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. If she actually wants to see...
He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
Yes, yes. Low-balling.
His expression makes it clear.
Of course, Harry. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I tell her about all of it. My brother's...
This is weird. Not nice weird, but okay.
Most certainly, Harry. By all means.
Apa ya? Ini dulu deh. Never been good to me. Kita nggak bisa fast travel atau semacamnya gitu. Aduh, nyangkut. Ayolah. Woi. Wah, udah jam 6:30 di in-game ini. Berarti kita harus balik lagi ke si Joyce. Si Joyce harus jauh banget lagi. Mayat juga belum diturunin anjing. Baik banget job desk kita, cok. Nurunin mayat karena mayatnya belum turun. Lalu gue pengen ganti baju lagi. Udah. Kita ke Joyce dulu deh.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered? Yes. And...
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
Waduh.
The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth.
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail. They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric, or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor. Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenel, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, they wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched.
Yeah.
Last Sunday night. Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbor. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenel contractors carry out their orders, for now. It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
It'll be all of them. The decision is already made.
It's not good. No. My only hope is that you provide a single concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put, if you don't pin this on someone good, and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
The Debardeurs have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a Hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? These men work in tandem using semi- and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all. As I said, a bloodbath. Many bleak scenarios have already come true. Nameless, badgeless detect. All we can do is keep the rest from going the same way. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation. Yes, I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war.
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also...
Then we're on the same page. As grim as it may... Not much. They're public resume. They boast a long list of clients.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors. Sadly, no. If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I have.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I have. And they will. Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it. That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit.
The lieutenant consults his note.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching.
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him. That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor. About a rumor. In any case...
You meet her soon enough, you feel?
If you mean did I see him alive? Yeah, Lely. His service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had...
What else? National...
He was, Occidental, I think. Like brown hair. In a way, it was humanizing. He had... They've gone to ground, as it were. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, that's wise. Our goal is to avert until the executions start.
They don't report their progress to you.
Not on this matter. It's a matter of days. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news.
Oke, kita harus cari siapa untuk kita pincing, pembunuhnya siapa sebelum terjadinya perang. Aduh, ribut banget. Mungkin kita investigasi mayat dulu ya kali ya guys ya, sebelum tutup hari. Si Kunos masih lemparin aja tuh batu.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell, emitting it. The ammonia only
Anjing, masih aja gagal. Tapi emang 17% kecil banget guys. Susah emang.
There he still is, looking right through you with his the ammonia only.
Terus investigasi dia dulu nih.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white the ammonia.
Berarti 17% bisa kok kita guys. Saya ini nggak bisa samsek ya 17%.
There he still is.
What? Gue punya baju yang nambah. Retorik kita minus tapi.
There he still is, looking the ammonia.
Monyet.
There he still is, looking the ammonia.
Gila bro. Saya gagal. Masih berhasil kok.
There he still is, looking right through the ammonia.
Gagal mulu.
There he still is, looking the ammonia.
Ayo dong, berhasil dong.
There he still is, looking the ammonia.
Anjas.
There he still is, looking right through the ammonia.
Kayaknya emang gak bakal dibuat berhasil sih guys. Coba sekali lagi ya, sekali lagi gagal ya udahlah kita nunggu nanti aja.
There he still is, looking right the ammonia.
Iya, nunggu nanti aja berarti. Karena emang gagal terus guys. Nggak isu. Bisa kita minta dana buat bayar hotel.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Right.
10-4, come in. Fireworker. 10-4, I hear you.
What does he want now?
He's asking for money.
Is he fucking kidding?
I don't think he is.
Don't give that asshole anything.
All right. That's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over. He says it's important.
He isn't getting a rent.
Request denied.
Nothing is working.
He says he's in...
Well, I guess it better...
Vigmar said...
Who cares what this Vicmare said? Pull on their heartstrings.
He said...
What is he saying?
Did you want anything else, sir? Many of your colleagues... He terminated the connection.
The radio falls silent.
What was that? It's okay, detective. We should get on with our tasks. Work.
Ya, malah moral kita turun, sialan. Monyet anjing kaptennya. Kita gimana mau bayar pay for the day match anjing kalau nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain. Udah rame guys. Ada dia nih. Kita minta resepi dari dia soalnya.
A thin man is smoking, but as you step in, okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Garancy Quebec. Please. It's not funny. The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air. He smiles and bangs his ladle against each. The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his, and then seems to wait for you to speak.
Boss need more vodka?
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good...
Of course, vodka. Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea. Honestly, the place is a powder keg. The cook gives you the mention of mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. The trash collection service? CS...
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when.
On Clinton Street, near the Boogie Street Diamond, a small truck rattles down an alleyway. It stops by a rusted...
Thank you anyway.
Yes? Yes. Have you got it?
Hah? Halo, 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 halo. Hihihi. Dah. Oke, kita lanjutin ya. Apa nih? Kita
You
coba.
must be joking, right? You come here, trash everything. This isn't a game show. I'm not going to accept it. You owe me.
Damn you, fat Everard.
You can cash it in at the local frit near the harbor gates, though it might not be.
A lot. A lot for the like what? I would.
Anjing, kita ditipu, cok. Sama Everard monyet. Ternyata cek yang dikasih kemungkinan kecil juga katanya si Kim Tsuragi. Kita di scam anjing. Waduh. Bisa-bisanya dia nge-scam kita, cok.
Is this about the questions
25 real doang.
Wow. I didn't know you worked for the union, sir. Anything else I can do?
That was easy. Blow the whole thing on speed and gin right now.
Tidak boleh narkoboy. Ngerokok is okay, narkoboy jangan. Dan kita harus sober, guys. Ini kan yang ngejak semua yang diberantakan gara-gara karakter kita nih si Harry Dubois nggak sober. Aduh, utang kita masih banyak, kagak bisa bayar. Ini si Ade di mana?
Hello, sir. Step right in.
Hi.
Are you interested in a new and exciting book? It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl. You're fooling nobody.
Sir, are you okay? Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. Thank you, sir. I'm happy to help Mum out with the store. I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running. Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper work.
There is stress and unease behind.
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little.
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You
Curse.
sense the boards creaking.
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir.
Bankrupt
That they all
sebenarnya.
go-
Say nothing.
Well, they run out of money
Yeah,
and have to
bankrupt.
stop doing business.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case.
Yes. Please do also look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games are there, sir. Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to.
It does not manifest itself in any way. It does no such thing.
Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead. Oh, Kings and. I think that's what.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's. And it's kind. You don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen. What's that mean? And everything's better now, sir?
I don't know.
Why is that?
You understand when you're older.
Okay, I shouldn't have said that thing about Dick Mullen.
Wah, ya udah kayaknya.
Don't say that. He's not even real. You're real. Cheer up, sir. No need to compare yourself to a fictional character.
Baik banget adiknya, cu. Kita
Maybe
di
you can show me some real deductive police work, sir. Like in the books. It's the type of... Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady. I haven't read many of those. I'm sure she... Maybe some about other books.
lalu kita coba Didus.
The lights are so pretty when it gets dark.
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden.
What do you mean, sir?
She looks around anxiously. The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you. She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the flesh.
Kedinginan ya dia ya.
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded? Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
She actually is impressed. This is more like a defensive reflex. She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
Maybe so, sir. Okay, I know it's a bad habit, and I shouldn't.
Kasihan dia dipaksa buat diri sini kedinginan sama ibunya. Buat dagang. Ya tapi gimana ya?
It was okay, sir.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
You're quite sober.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching.
How do you know I'm
Because you
really not?
usually aren't.
Yeah, and I'm having a great
I sure
time.
hope you are, sir.
There she stands, swaying on her. There's something you're missing.
Lalu kita save dulu lagi. Baru
Hi,
kita
Ace Detective.
didas
Are you
lagi.
here for more?
Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
Okay, so you know me
Yes,
before.
I stand in this spot all the time. You've been running around all week without your shirt on, sir, apologizing to everyone.
Aduh,
Don't really understand what you've done wrong.
aduh, kita kenapa sih?
Of course, you've stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you.
Thanks, I'm
Yeah,
trying.
I can see. You don't have party eyes anymore.
Party eyes. Yes, of course. That makes sense.
I'm not surprised children have seen you running around with party eyes on, he thinks.
Kita detektif
Not at
dong,
all.
oh.
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed. It certainly looks odd on a man.
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap those sequins on you, boy. Oh, baby, that's not what you have to worry about. Worry about the important thing.
I didn't know I had to do that. I'm glad I could help you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Oke, kita coba ngobrol mamanya. Anaknya dipekerjakan seperti itu, guys. Tidak baik, guys.
Welcome to crime. Be welcome. And please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space. I am.
She has fine-tuned her voice to find the most welcoming approach for attracting...
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like... Wonderful! Did you talk to her?
Yes.
Great! On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her? My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette. God. I've told her not to do that. It's such a disgusting habit. She'll get over it. Anxiety is... She can, if she has enough willpower.
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do
Iya,
anything
benar.
about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
She stands stiff.
Oh no. There. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have
what my mother called a dull mind. She's been too busy helping me here. So she studied at home this trimester. I assure you.
And hell freezes over? Never mind. It's not a good top.
Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. No matter. Soon we'll both be off for Grand Couronne. He made the initial investment. Since then, he's... Yes, I'm afraid so.
A glimmer of sadness blinks through the well-crafted exterior.
Exactly.
The woman looks aloof. Her features might...
Then why are you talking to me? Everything is on the shelf.
She smiles and nods.
Hello again, esteemed off...
Ini apa?
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring rows and rows of Hyamdala men blur your vision. Maybe 100? Those snow crabs are worse than they sound. Not even close. Man from Hyamdal in hell. Man from... The display rack is brimming with worn paper. Nothing of interest.
Anjas. Siap-siap kita gagal lagi, guys.
The display rack is brimming with worn paper. Nothing of interest.
58 loh. Saya masih nggak work sih. Masa kita harus ganti baju dulu nih pakai kutangan. Udah physical instrument deh itu.
The display rack is brimming with worn paper. Nothing of interest.
Ya Allah, 58-nya gagal mulu, anjir. Berarti kita masih ada chances-nya lumayan gede dong.
The display rack is brimming with worn. A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching. Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover. She's laughing at him, belittling. Between the throne and the Hyamdala man lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The shadow of the wall. The display rack before you is burdened under piles of man from Hyamdala. A small mountain of colorful and endless There's also a large hardbound. There's a box that price is steep, but then it's the 3rd edition mega set in supplement.
Nggak usah. Beli apa ya?
Several maps have the maps look old and faded. The north coast to the east, Huron. It's so small you can't even see. No, coast. No, this is somewhere to be.
I'm sorry, officer, but they're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though. That old thing, from when some design... They didn't get that far.
Boleh.
For some reason. A shame the project never got going. Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
Lumayan kita jadi punya map, guys, sekarang. And what's in here?
You see a set.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only. Nothing. Now please go back.
Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, you see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron. Aside from poking at it, just as you're about to pull apart the...
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking...
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always missing?
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains. Why? It's not like it... I am sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. You do? My God, even more reason... No! Please just talk...
Lies. There is something mysterious about the curtain. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little cage-like trinkets.
I warned you, you're unleashing...
Udah nggak apa-apa. Selalu aja. seburuk-buruknya juga nggak mungkin ada curse anjir.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not.
Lalu kita yang bisa nambah. Harus di-interact dulu ya.
The worn map features your finger moves finally coming to.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal.
Nah, sekarang kita udah punya mapnya. Tadi gue mau ngapain sih? Oh, ganti baju. Jam bisa nambah. Waduh. Gimana nih ya biar kita berhasil? Berhasil lagi guys, anjing, gue gak expect one try berhasil. Aduh.
Trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. You smash into the wood and see a small crack appear on the door.
You're not thinking of trying again, are you?
Kita nggak mungkin mati kan? Oke.
What is this place? Yes, but no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us.
Some specks of dust shimmer in a ray. An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Yes, because it's closed. No need to look for a surprise.
Oke, coba kita pakai lampu. $13 anjir. Bisa kita kasih kali ya ke si Rene itu.
A barbell light. It's 60 kilograms. There are no collars on the barbell. Why does it feel so familiar?
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating.
No, it's not. That's just a memory from another life.
Oke.
When you were...
Musical instrument tadi kayaknya ada deh. Aha.
The barbell waits patiently.
Nah, 28.
Like a dog.
Gagal guys. Gue mati lagi jangan-jangan di abis ini. Iya aduh.
You managed to hoist it.
Coba lagi. Masa nggak bisa sih di deadliftin doang? Gue nggak tahu deh mau di deadlift atau mau di Olympic.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor like a
Masih
dog
gagal guys. Ayo lu pasti bisa Ki. Aduh, si gagal guys. Pasti kita bisa kok. Lagi angkat. Iya. Nah, berhasil. Nice. Nice. Anjas.
Conjuring up an inhuman amount of strength.
Anjay, heal moral. Waduh, dibanting.
A warm wave of accomplishment washes over your head. But you're still in a ghost house.
Good technique.
Okay. We go through here I think. Ada apa nih tempat? Kenapa gelap kali? Creepy. Oke. So far sih. Suaranya creepy guys. Nice, duit. Manekin. And wasn't hit. Nice, uang. Kita butuh uang. Apa nih? Jujur gue nggak tahu itu apa. Mungkin kita harus interact dulu kali ya. Oh, nggak bisa di interact guys. Oke. Ini apa?
Your flashlight slides over and some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board. These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of translucent Welkins. Who are all those creatures? One of the Welkins, towering among the rest. It's Vara Hamira, a high Welk. The hull door.
D&D.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures. Political commentary. That one has a great beard too. Some people really like building a world, I think. This looks like concept art for a project. Just look at those details.
The photo collage depicts barren. Entire oceans have been frozen. You see primitive oil rigs built in, albeit dark and cold. A pinned postcard reads, "This is a monthly calendar." It looks a bit like an academic calendar. As time goes on,
looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left. The handwriting is only partly. The full text reads, "Outside, a cold wind."
Oke, ini apa?
This old fireplace, radio frequencies, unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular. You think so? The web is comprised of radio. Looks like a surveillance program. Someone very important. The leader of a massive on-air game built by whoever decides to call in. A list of names under the stations suggests people across 6 Isolas. There's no way a little basement studio working here.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious they the schedule. I know doom when I see it.
Nothing is... This appears to be some kind of...
a radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone...
What he means is that these things cost them.
We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal. It's empty, like a beehive, without the filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment. Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the plate, a bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts. Oh no. It was already glowing and now it's also making a sound. The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good evening, Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. Please repeat, is this the production schedule? The filament you have inserted into the reader. That was a question. Have you inserted it into the core?
Yes.
Good.
Password. Of course it would have a password. You should ask her for a hint.
No. Received.
That sounds bad. A login attempt. Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you? Fortress accident. One moment. Fortress accident. SCA produce. Any other questions? Yes, I am a...
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
I work as a repeater. As for me,
on an island on the river Esperance.
Now, please thank you.
Tiles on the cube. The filament slides out of its glowing nest. Nothing happens. Tiles on the cube, like a smooth draw. Nothing happens. The filament slides.
Was in here. Ini apa guys?
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? No, that's not it. I think it looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
Through call-in stations, none of the players have to be physically present. Then there's the game master frequency.
The NDC guys.
Smaller
His fascination has swept aside other concerns for them.
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in but I don't think anyone has it. Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but... Yes, especially in here. Okay, let...
Kaget gua kira apa cok? Terus si Kim Kitsuragi.
An iron safety curtain. What an odd thing to do. Still nothing. Those curtains proved to be surprisingly still.
Can you please try to refrain from attacking random things? Why do you think there's something on the other side? In any case, there's no way.
Aduh, darah gue berkurang guys, gue nggak mau anjir. Kita udah minim darah guys, tinggal 1 biji lagi.
An iron safety. What an odd thing to do. Still nothing.
Udah nggak ada. Berarti emang tidak dijawab sama nih orang yang tinggal situ. Or maybe nggak ada orang aja. Nice.
You see a terrifying. This ice bear is a. The bear looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy? The lieutenant doesn't answer.
Kita back off dulu aja lah. Cari yang lain.
A thick layer of coal. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
Looks like it. Looks like an old central. No one has used it in ages.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. The echo is so prominent. It's impossible.
What are you doing? Wait, really? Maybe it's coming from behind those safety curtains we saw upstairs. We should ask the lady in the bookstore what's going on with these curtains.
Maybe we can ask her later.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to...
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest. But
that's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way. Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable.
He likes this find.
Nice.
2 cables are plugged into the... Rip the red one out. Don't rip the red one out. You'll awaken the ghosts. 2 cables. Don't rip the red one out. Something close to you dies with...
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
Maybe something. Tank top. Dongo anjing. Oke. Tadi mau kita udah cek. Maybe something about this thing.
You see, this ice bear, the bear looks odd. A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back. The paper still smells of vanilla and chocolate.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge. I know. What an unfortunate... What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing.
Oh, pantesan dia begitu. Apa ngerasa bangkrut, bayar listriknya mahal anjing. Coba ya.
Only the red cable is plugged into the breaker box, while an electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now.
Nah, ini kalau black cable emang menuju kemana sih? Oke, mungkin itu penyebabnya mereka ngalamin bangkrut karena bayar listrik yang lumayan mahal. Mungkin ada chances kayak gitu.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East. This button.
This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
You wait for a minute or two, but all you get from the...
Oke. Ntar dulu ya. Kita coba tanya. Wah, dikunci. Ya, opsi kita tidur doang sebenarnya sih, guys. Ini si Kuno saja masih lemparin batu.
There he still is, looking right through you.
Tetap gak bisa, guys. 8% tuh terlalu kecil. Coba. Emang kita ada misi apa lagi sih tasnya? Oh iya, si kakek masih ada nggak ya? Gue nemu bola kan nih. Aturan bisa dijual ke dia. Bisa kasih ke dia. Boleh kita ganti rugi, kita lempar. Ya, si kakek udah nggak ada. Opsi kita mah turu doang berarti mah. Utang kita masih gede lagi.
The note is written.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best. Someone has scribbled. S. I can't. You'll find the filament memory with the offside copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP.
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. That's a plausible hypothesis. It belongs inside a radio computer, Storing its...
It's like the productions.
Really? You don't have a single guess? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on a filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed. But I don't know.
Didn't you see one? Right.
Yep.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month.
Lalu, mendingan in case gagal.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. It doesn't seem.
Kan? Gue udah feeling guys bakal gagal. Jadinya in case kan gue jaga cari aman kan. Nah makanya gue cari aman udah. Tadi gue load dulu
You
aja.
take the legal documents out of the. There is no loophole. The simple truth is the current.
I should have seen it. Evrard probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed. Or you could forge their signatures yourself. By the time he finds out, we'll already be gone. However, we'll need access to the coast before we do anything. Evrard won't believe you got villager signatures if you can't even get to the village. You can try a forgery as soon as we can cross the waterlock.
The youth. It's going to. This is either an ominous.
Kita bisa buat scaman inian cuy.
You see, you immediately feel drawn to.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads? Eccentric. But okay, I suppose we could look into it. As a side investigation. Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
Oke, coba kita tanya si Garte. Oi, Garte.
Can I help you? What thing? Yes, not the whole They come here and...
We should find out who this Lord faction is. Okay. We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up.
You glance at the clock on the wall behind the manager.
Good question.
They're probably getting drunk or...
Whatever he may feel about you, he can't miss the opportunity to throw you a look of what he assumes is shared understanding.
Yeah. The Union guys think they're untouchable.
I have a feeling we'll make their acquaintance sooner or later.
Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's not... No, I don't have a key. Or some boring storage...
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing. He looks at the dust on...
What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting.
Absolutely.
In.
Oke. Opsi kita ya cuma tidur. Lah, kalau kita nggak bisa tidur atau bayar hutang, gimana caranya? How we supposed to sleep?
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it? A lot. A lot. Yes.
So, honestly, gue nggak tahu kita harus ngapain lagi. Mungkin kita pinjem duit kali ya, yang bisa ngasih 30 real. Situ gue jual something. Kalau ada dapat 30 real kan lumayan tuh. Coba kali minta duit sama si sosial di sini. Misalnya tuh apa lagi yang bisa kita jual, Cok? Sounds malah kayak nggak ada yang bisa kita jual lagi. Wait a second.
You're back. Good.
Is what you want to say. But look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes. Why, yes. Tucked away. Wow, dull orange pearls. Now look at you. You're poor, Poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too... You think your little communism...
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask.
Coba ya kita minta duit. Beras lagi.
You're doing it.
Of course.
She's surprisingly nonchalant about this. Could it be that she somehow knows more about you?
That's a good sum. Not...
She removes a few notes and hands them to you. There must be about 200 real in that zip bag. Whoa, whoa! Did you see how easy that was? Ask her for more. Toot toot. Train to Moneytown.
This may seem unusual, medic.
It's all right, Lieutenant. So, I hope I didn't just bribe you, officer. It may not be technically illegal under the Emergency Act, but still.
You're right, man. That...
Which he most certainly will do.
Nah, at least kita udah punya duit buat tidur. Ini apa? Nah, at least kita udah punya duit buat tidur, buat bayar utang kan. Aduh. Kalau udah punya duit buat kita tidur ya udah oke lah. Sebenarnya gue bingung, kita mau tidur lagi gimana caranya kalau nggak punya duit. Nih, gue punya duit tuh nih.
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it? Well... Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered.
He's not sorry about his behavior for your sake. Now that you have money...
I'll unlock the electronic lock to your room. All the doors lock automatically. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have...
Mungkin volition kali ya. Udah lumayan nice nih sekarang. Kita morally udah better. Duit kita masih ada 56 buat bayar.
This is the door to the room you...
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Okay.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then...
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically. I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes.
Okay.
It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
You're cold, detective. Again, I only have exactly one every night. You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself. Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor.
Yes, it's been a long and eventful day. Well, you were so hungover that you couldn't keep it down when we approached the hangman, so we didn't even inspect the body. And there's still much to do at the crime scene too. We didn't search it thoroughly enough. We're both doing our best under the circumstances. Just don't drink tonight, please. We conducted an interview with Everard Clare. He wasn't particularly forthcoming with useful information, however. Claire also helped you, how should I say, remember your name? That's a relief. Moving on.
Okay.
We interviewed Joyce Messier, the Wild Pines rep, and learned a lot. None of it very good news for us or Martinez, but above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age, and in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Rebel Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule. Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable. We are permitted to use whatever force we deem necessary, even lethal. Yes, the last time was 4 years ago.
He has internalized it well. It's just that.
That's an improbability. Perhaps even...
Of course you've killed people. It's somewhere down there, melting in all the drink.
Precinct 41 is known for a higher than average rate of police violence. You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was not a good position to be in.
Okay.
Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts. The coalition government. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention. Silence. A great comment to such a conundrum. The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed. Okay. There are a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world. What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Other interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto...
Something ominous. Something even a little feminine. Something like the dark blue, serious color of the early...
A historic figure? The moral intern are a fact. I try not to... Do you? We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes. Sadly, it is what we already are to the people of Martinez. Most of them, at least, especially the Union. Vigilantes.
The lights of the orphan district are reflected in the dying lights of the... This soldier is the highlight of the day for me. An aerostatic passes overhead.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different in land, in Jamrock and the GRIH. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our 2 precincts. We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate. Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes, you know.
He is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes make him look younger, not older.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Okay.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year. We can pick up where we left off tomorrow morning.
Oke, thank you, Kim. Udah jam 10.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Kita bisa pakai ini ya, chain cutters.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, the chain cutters slip.
Aduh, masih aja gagal anjing.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. The chain cutter.
Ah, ilah. Masih aja gagal.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
Nice.
The faucet is quite terribly mangled. You handle the chain cutters deftly. Told you that you needed those chain cutters. The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it.
Yang bisa nambah.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. It's your face in the mirror.
Encyclopedia. Yang bisa nambah encyclopedia gua apa? Udah, kita tidur dulu ya lah.
The switch must be broken, because nothing. The bed is cold.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after.
Ya, apa kita coba keliling dulu kali ya? Maybe we found something. Tapi juga malam gak ada siapa-siapa juga sih. Akhirnya tidur aja deh. Kita juga udah gak punya clue apa-apaan lagi sebenarnya sih. Orang-orang yang kita butuhin juga kayaknya udah pada turu. Jadi ya better tidur aja sih kayaknya.
The bed is cold. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep doesn't come.
Why?
Maybe it's the bed's fault. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eye.
Loh, kita ngapain di sini? Aduh. Loh. Ini kita, Cok.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? Do you remember your wife's hand on your face. That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. Watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry Potter. No, it's gone. You failed Elysium. No, you haven't. You'll be back in those cold... Stinky boy. Everything. The Pale and the Isolas. You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that. You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just...
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad. Oh yes, party boy. And it's time to go to work in the shit factory.
Good going, buddy. Yes. Wait till you see the one with it. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down. It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself.
Iya betul.
Are you sure? Ready to live as this? Suit
Iyalah.
yourself.
Gua tidak mau memakai narkoboyan, alkohol. Kita harus stay sober, guys. Kita bayar dulu aja deh. Wah, ini si Hardy Boys kayaknya.
Morning.
Morning.
Looks like we can get to work at once. The union must have turned up. They look rowdy. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. One loose thread less to worry about. And one big problem to replace it. I mean ungoverned men who drink, and the big one must be Hardy himself. This is clearly... We can't be sure, of course. That would just escalate tension. In fact, even... One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate on something else first. Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right, but aren't you curious to know what they have?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they...
Ini kita bayar dulu
Can I
aja.
help you? Got the 20 real. Good. You got...
Kita nggak usah buru-buru amat. Oke. Mungkin kita fokus ke mayat dulu aja kali ya. Biar mayatnya turun.
Fuck, does Kuno care? You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. And then what?
He's trying to fuck at you again, Kuno!
That's where Kuno gets his daily hit.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you?
It's a vitamin pig. Don't you know anything? Yeah, it's the mag.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno! He's gonna use it against you, Kuno!
You're not getting this, pig.
Fuck you, pig! Don't do mag! You're gonna OD and you're gonna...
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just too brutal for you, huh? Kuno, fuck your tongue off. Of course you want back in there. Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kid.
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid's using the third-person perspective as a shield.
Kuno doesn't do that. Trying to get Kuno.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put it... Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help!
Help! He's got the Kuno!
Everyone can hear. You need to get the hell out of here before.
Yeah? Get out of here before the Kuno beats the
Yeah, that's right!
Don't listen. Just go. There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. You crack open the ammonia ampoule and breathe in. The odor of death is still stronger. It's a spell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to ring.
They do after 7 days.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enameled boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in delicate and fragile. These are clearly not boots. They're...
Indeed. Ceramic plate. Zirconium under the heel. Fair weather. The locals probably scavenged it. It would be odd if he... We should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information. No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirt we found to...
Nice. That makes sense.
They usually hang them completely naked for that.
Fucking...
Clearly Kuno would like to interject something here.
It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tech. For a full set, about 4 years of wages. As a wage, it's regrettably small. He worked for Cornell, like Joyce told us.
A small bell-like sound.
It's anything but.
Faint, or like the scales of some ancient white... The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Oh my, there's something on the belt. Vermilion, in yellow letters, along the length of the twisting cargo.
Extremely. Industrial strength. The kind used for tying cargo to lorries. Yes, it looks like they used whatever was on hand, paying no attention to not incriminating themselves. Yes, the debrief we got from the Wild Pines representative appears to... By the way, when you get a chance, perhaps you should ask me to share the RCM brief with you. I'm pretty sure you've forgotten it. It's not merely polyester. This makes getting him down. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either.
Could be. The shape of the cadaver hangs from an intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso. His corpse is marked by stars, alcohol, and heartbreak.
The map of the stars. I do see some similarity to...
As if someone left out most of the night.
So am I.
He wears a wide leather belt. He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open.
Shit, Kuno!
An instant color camera.
This is the first time he openly acknowledges the kid's existence.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small...
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it? It contains insight to the victim's person. This was a man of physical violence. Sure, just don't lose it.
The glossy-eyed corpse looks by. His eyes are milky white, and dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to... The corpse is...
Who is he? He is male, 40 to 50.
The corpse looks right through you as you narrow your eye. This is a trick. Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. His torso covered.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver?
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. His torso covered in tattoos and extremities.
The steel reinforced belt present.
He doesn't actually think the challenge is.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting it. Climb up there, and there has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
Yeah!
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Where?
Yeah, now what?
No miss!
The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea. Silence, and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned
Ya dia
in a
miss.
shrill blast that...
God damn it.
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped.
Remain collegial, officer.
Kuno studied.
The lieutenant doesn't.
No, we are lucky as it is. Any more mistakes? I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance. Someone else? You mean like the police? Someone already did. I know it's hard, but I assure...
The man before you.
Yes, we do. It's bad as it is. Go ahead. I'm...
They only have...
This is the...
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana pointer!
The cold piece of bacon.
The fuck are you waiting for?
The buckle comes in.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
Your field of the slow movement.
Look, he's crying! You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
Nice.
The buckle explodes into tiny pieces. With your hand numb from the recoil, you look at the body, looking straight at you.
Communism.
It takes a millisecond for the association to flash within your cortex. Then the rigor in his muscles gives up, and he smashes sideways into the spring mud.
By being a damn good shot. Ace is high.
The ace is high.
Tosan, ayo.
The lieutenant takes a little hop to perform the...
I knew these guys were...
We will perform a field autopsy and...
Slumped on the ground like that as...
It looks like I feel like taking a break from the stench. I would suggest we interview Everhart and Joyce, the leader of the Union and the Wild Pines rep. But we've already done that, so it's up...
He trusts you have plenty of things in the task. The rotting man lies. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them. I hope we do. It's getting really late.
The rotting man. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a...
Come on, officer. You know what there truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity. I'll ask you when I need you to. For the most part, maybe I should have... In your paperwork, officer, just fill out the field autopsy form.
Now they only have...
Officer, what haven't you lost? Yes, but I can give you my paperwork. There's an autopsy form there. Several, actually. But on...
As as the words leave your mouth.
I guess you've got to start finding at least some of the things you've lost before they... We should locate your ledger, then hurry back to the autopsy.
Di mana ya, guys?
The trash container stand. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. It's just nothing. What's this? A blue piece of something larger.
Looks like we found your paperwork. Yes, it is. Look. If you don't mind my asking, how could you have let your paperwork end up in the trash? Well, lucky we found it. You should take stock of what remains, just to be sure some has not made it into the hands of the RCM's adversaries. It would also not hurt to start taking note.
Some items, such as the...
The container sounds a muffled gong.
Nice. We found our things. Kita nambah apa lagi ya? Oke, coba kita interact dulu sama.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. There's a piece of toilet. It's a metaphor. Below the pathetics, it's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off with your finger and voila! An aluminium block runs the width. The surface is interrupted. Looks like an official mark.
What? That thing. It's a halogen watermark. We use it for adding information to us. It depends. Aside...
Maybe yours will have. How many years you've been on the force?
Any capable light with... All RCM vehicles have had lights.
This means you can read the watermarks. If you...
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the they're not exactly white. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Work, strife." It's the middle of March. What do you mean? Is that all? The notebook is
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you stop. 2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me. It's okay.
Like a fan of girls, the checkered papers dry. Yes, it appears you employ a... Yes, all caps. Others appear more light-hearted. The guy's on a couch in an unexpected location. It's going to take an effort to piece these cases.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene? Oh, you mean the titular? It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM. Right after, again, in your defense, I pray his loved ones never find... Rail spiked through the head. He died.
There is, once all the tasks are... The ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pen. The lieutenant looks at his blue notebook. It's downright incriminating. He is not really saying anything, just standing there, looking at them.
Nor did I give this to you with resentment.
The tasks you've completed: inspect the... get the body, interview the cafeteria manager. A satisfying things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality.
No, actually. Any ideas? Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further in the back, then rip them. 3. The topmost are a monetary penalization, but they appear. These are quite sinister in turn. All in a print so small, it could be a dozen pages. Color of the irises.
Good, yes. We can return to the dead body.
Yes. The rest of the stinking cellulose. It's made of dark blue plastic. Blue. The blue heart. Something rat and something small. Permeables. It's the plastic shimmers like lapis. With your hands, you 4-sized pages hang from the clip, screwed to the top of the board.
Terlalu satu-satu ya. Satu-satu.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. The slides snap back into place. Without resistance, 2 ticket stubs and a handmade. 2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each. Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. It smells of chewing gum. A touch of cinnamon, familiar handwriting line. A young woman in her 20s. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. Throw it away, please. A merciful wind.
Let go.
Frisson covers your entire body. Your hands. Every step I take, it grows. You jam the compartment shut. It's hard to breathe. The air in your lungs feels sour. It's proving to be harder than expected.
Bisa-bisanya kita gagal, monyet. 72% anjing. Tadi 50 berapa berhasil. Gue mager banget kalau udah kokian banget.
A racist.
Aduh, salah pencet kan gue sampai.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage. The slides snap. Without 2 ticket stubs and a handmade. 2 octopuses are smiling. Thin wax paper. Familiar. A young Harry. Throw it away, please. A merciful.
Let go.
Frisson covers your entire. Your hand. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the you. Every kisses.
Ya, kita mati anjing.
And the blood sucked out of your. You feel the ledger slip from your head. No. Oh, to what?
Detective.
Ya, kita mati gara-gara baca surat. Yang bener aja, my friend. Kocak. Baca surat mati anjing. Kocak gaming, guys.
There is enough again.
Malah mati si onyet anjing. Aduh. Gue kepo anjing. Malah mati.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. Is
Nah,
not.
malah gagal ngehe sekarang.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. Is not.
Ya sekarang malah gagal mulu, guys. Anjing nggak? Anjing, Jo. Riweuh.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of paper. The slides. Without 2 ticket stubs and a handmade. 2 octopuses. Thin wax paper. Familiar. A young Harry. Throw it away, please. Your hand. Every step I take. You jam the compartment.
Nah, udah. Save dulu. Nah, baru
It's the ledger you found in the trash. Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code. Why, yes, every last alphanumeric Harry Dubois still feels like there's something missing. This one is cause of failure. The mural is true love. The graffito crew is easy. The crew agree. The 9,000 people sub a staggering 78 In any case, it appears to have been a rare case of civil activity in the quarter. And AKA Leslie, you were so drunk. Leslie, the only way for Leslie to stop threatening, it's plain to see from the files that no, that's Bert. He must have, in the he can't get, which is also why the officer responsible, not much has changed. Hey, psst, psst. Yes, you. Word on the street. Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. This conversation, you keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich. Okay, not in so many ways. Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any? Very well, no objections. It's mathematic. Did someone mention cocaine? Anyone? There's one. You should build communism, precisely because it's impossible.
Ngapain gua harus ada komunisme, Cok? Percaya dengan ideologis ituan.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
I'm gone. Into the what? In the past. I'm a joke. Look at me. A killer. Go ahead. What do you mean? It's the power of your mad. Go ahead. Because you're a copperoonie. Here you go, you loony. Because you have. Come back later, Corpo.
The dead man stares. Above those, an 11 field info form needs filling out first. It begins.
That's you.
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings. Just lies there.
KK57 0803 dot 0815.
KK equals Kim Kitsuragi. 57 equals Precinct 57, followed by his date. Oh, that's because he doesn't want to bring up the messy question of your initials.
Next, we've heard the nom de guerre, Lely. What's next? Date of birth? NA. Roughly 50.
Dry 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side. He nods.
Mondial.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat.
Fucky!
Male.
Pigs can have sex!
Nor does he look male.
We're still going with March 4th. What else? 9.
KK 57.
None. At least not after the initial examination.
A silent nod. Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. Somewhere in Jamrock North, elsewhere yet, an obese female. The building is tall, 7 and so, all across Jamrock.
We should start the post.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his
clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white
See?
Babrodine, yes.
The disappointment is palpable.
The boots are ceramic, vitreous enamel, tattoos. The upper torso is covered. The deceased has a cargo lashing belt around, well nourished, athletically built. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with it.
The hair under your latex fingers feels cold to touch. The stench is suffocating. There must be brilliantine in there. He's combed his hair back with oil.
Lividity is consistent with...
Fucking low velocity! Talking shit about
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest, consistent with predation. Ligature mark. The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the bell so we can...
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters. The hanged man lets out a joyous little...
Always good to think ahead. We need to cut the belt to see the ligature.
See, my...
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
The belt is equally... The knot is the weak spot. The chain...
94.
After some deliberation, snap. The knot is slashed.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark.
As it ought to. This is where it's...
Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Chest is intact. Normal contour.
No! Let's get out!
I fucking...
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury. Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower. In addition, I see...
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades. This...
Last item. Hands.
His flesh is cold.
Pleased to meet you. Where are you from and what's your name? I'm only fucking with you. I know where you're from. I did, Kobo. We should do this more often.
Hands are clean. No sign of injury from struggling. Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next? Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have...
You don't even have a joke.
Musculoskeletal.
With his eyes, you hear cracks as the lieutenant moves his sharp fingers inside.
Yeah, jack that!
The hyoid bone is fractured. Respiratory system. Oral cavity shows no lesions.
No scream. No sigh of relief.
Hepatobiliary. NA. Same for toxicology and serology. And cardiovascular. The body exhibits gastrointestinal.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila. What's next on the list? Let's see. We have bite marks, contusion.
Be thorough if you want maximum results.
Head, chest and scalp. And your opinion, officer? Agreed. Next injury? So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury.
At maximum...
Has confessed to causing it at...
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest. Where...
Right. Next? Nothing. Just in case.
The corpse lays slouched.
All right. Bite marks, contusions on...
Be thorough.
A dark red abraded... I see hemorrhaging on the skin.
Below the note. Think for a moment. There's time. Don't rush.
That's it. We have established cause of... Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over. Well, we established probable... We were thorough with the list of injuries to...
Oh yeah. Well done, Master Detective.
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then out for processing.
You tilt your head. I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something.
Yang bisa nambah perception kita apa ya? Jangan di back dulu.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. What do you think you are? A super detective? You're hungover. These are just dents in the mud. Heavy workers, isn't this something?
Noted.
Kok masih nggak bisa ya? Padahal 72% loh. Tapi masih gagal.
There are several footprints. Heavy workers, isn't this something?
Noted.
Maybe more than 12. No. 8 pairs of boots. 1. Standard work boot. 2. Standard work boot.
Kurang
Steel
44.
3. Hobnailed work 4.
Kurang 43.
Standard work boot. Number 45 or you don't know. 5. Another standard work. 6. An aberration. Light as air. Even pay. Impossible to tell. Could also have been an adolescent. 7. the glowing outline of a standard work boot. 8. And yet another standard work boot.
How many?
8.
I was pretty off then. I counted 20. I never got the hang of it. Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary? A woman? Or a kid? Okay. How do...
He knows it's hard to discern sex from a person's gait.
Understood. Anything else? 200? Could it be the combined weight of two people, one carrying...
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is...
Possibly, yes.
But why?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift...
Maybe there was a physically impressive strongman in their midst. Someone who wanted to impress their peers.
You mean a display of athletic ability meant to belittle the victim? A local champion carrying the intruder alone?
Okay.
I can see it. Anyway, the others? Interesting.
Oh, this one's easy. Way too easy. It's a driver.
With a piece of sandpaper glued to the throttle. Which means that the missing lady driver was also present at the lynching? That's it. She's the odd soul. We've identified one of the footprints, but there are still 7. A week, maybe?
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal heaven.
Correct again. So...
What do I think? A mob of... Then, after hoisting him up, this...
Indeed. Yes. Isn't it strange to have your assumptions confirmed like this? The lieutenant's eyes now...
Either way. What else?
The man is decomposed. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Tiga persen anjing. Mungkin ini kali ya.
The man is deep. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath. You run your hands over the victim's the corpse.
Do you think we...
You can't shake the feeling that there are more secrets concealed in the...
Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct another examination, and we need to do it fast. Hey, wasn't there a giant ice bear sarcophagus below that building? Now, detective, I've rarely been disappointed by the size of a giant ice bear fridge. Let's move. With every hour, whatever we are looking for.
The man is decomposing. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Maksud lo kita tadi tuh kapan namanya? Tenenet. Creepy.
Yes?
The bear's eyes are dead and empty.
It's certainly an eccentric choice, but it's more than big enough and cold enough. Honestly, it's perfect. All we have to do is plug the fridge back in.
Both cables are a giant...
Great. The owners of this building will just have to keep paying for the electricity sucked up by this monstrosity a little longer. Let's return to the fridge.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red.
Of course. I'll take the head. It's not going to be the easiest.
The two of you. The body is heavier than you expected and stinkier. It takes half an hour to get it down to the basement. Then 10 more minutes to stuff it into the fridge. The lieutenant takes a step back.
Beautiful. A dead body in a nice bare fridge.
You've definitely earned a drink after this. Perhaps even some pagan rites.
No, not really. Look at that. What have we done? We stuffed a dead body in a nice bare fridge. This story does not leave this room. Did we though? At least we've stopped the body from decomposing.
Inside the icy realm of the ice bear fridge, the corpse stands slumped. Wait.
Shoot, Looney Rooney. I like it a lot, brother. Come back later.
Coba ya nih ya.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. It's guarding no. You touch the dead man's body. His skin is cold.
It'll come to you sooner or later.
Aduh, masih gagal guys. Gara-gara tuk tulong anjing ini.
The bear's
Kelamaan.
eyes are still glowing red. It's you touch the dead man's body. His skin is cold.
13. Gua total 13, dikit lagi guys anjing, beda 1. Anjir. Beda dikit doang.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. Your
Nah,
arm
berhasil,
reaches out
nice.
and your eyes close as if. His face, his cheeks, his nose, they are swollen shut. Only the little one fits. The thing you're looking for, it's not there. The oral cavity is cold. You're on the right track. A vision of black and dark red death. You see a hole, barely visible to the hue, and abrasion collar. This is what we're after.
Abrasion collar.
A black trickle of liquid. Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. The basal ganglia feels clumpy. Your yellow fingers slide into the remains of the limbic system. There is no resistance. It's just... The lieutenant answers with a... Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. All the muscles in your body harden. Time to enter him. Your fingers reach toward his skull. His cerebral, ice-cold, serrated metal. Its edges cut right through the latex and into your finger. There's the object.
We have the makings of a very small exit. Can you get to it?
Please. Ah, nice. Berhasil. Ada apa sih di dalam mulutnya emang?
You pick the object between your index and middle finger. The inside of the head feels cold and with a plop. Your hand emerges from the mouth.
A bullet.
Anjir. Kita nemu clue baru, Cuk. Ada peluru di mulutnya.
Leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic.
A non-caliber rifle. Some kind of brittle alloy. No, you deserve it. We can log it later. We need to add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion collar. High velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Opinion, fatal injury.
Agree.
And one last thing. We should amend injury number 3. Ligament mark. New opinion, non-fatal.
He's proposing the bullet was the real cause of death, and the hanging an attempt to conceal this fact.
Treatment, officer, is an attempt to manipulate the body after this injury here.
Buat nipu. Bahwa sebenarnya tuh bukan dari yang postmortem yang kita buat tuh matinya karena ditembak berarti.
Yes, and the belt around his neck, the hanging, even dragging him to the yard. All of it was done after this man was already dead.
Agree.
Since you showed me the tracks. Why did they carry him over? Why not march him, I thought. There have been other signs too. Small details. Everything is too neatly designed for us to...
We almost fell for it. There is, of course, the very real possibility he was both shot and hanged.
Yes, we should take a closer look at it.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it.
That's for us to find out. But this, to hide something. The real killer, the real motivation, to put him out of his misery? It's possible.
Enggak sih
It
kayaknya.
doesn't explain all the other
Tapi kayaknya emang
duties
ditembak duluan, baru
Lack of
digantung
struggle,
buat nipu
primarily.
pembunuhannya itu loh.
I may be intellectually sloppy, but I prefer one theory. Oh, you really, really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling in Rags should come with a bathroom. Be sure to make use of it in the evening. We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my work on the case. Tend to personal matters. I'll leave that choice to you.
After you bag the corpse, Lieutenant Kitsuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning.
All right. I will need a little help carrying him.
Oke. Kita kerja sendiri guys, soalnya si Kim nganter mayatnya dulu. Oke, dan kayaknya kita bisa, tapi kita berarti nggak bisa ngomong dulu sama si Titus dulu nih karena kita sendirian. Kita butuh si Kim.
The red cable is plugged in an electric sizzle.
Nah, kita tinggal bilang nih kenapa dia bayar listriknya bisa mahal banget. Itu bukan serata listrik, tagihan listriknya ternyata. Who's this guy? I don't know. Nih.
You broke down the back door. The ward, I suppose. Just a door? I hope you're happy now.
Host Almighty, she prays. Guard me and...
Of course you didn't. You're nothing but a police. All right. You know what?
Her facade has dropped.
But before we go on, tell me, did you encounter the malignant entity? Yes, the malignant entity that lives inside the chimney. It takes the shape of a woman, a witch probably. Yes, I've heard that. It's enormous. Some unnatural magic, I assume.
You should get back to the furnace.
Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the spirits, the curse. It's the curse.
Didn't that curtain just move?
It's not just that of it. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since Yes, the wards help to keep the doom at... It's not good to talk about.
Such wraiths may prove a formidable enemy.
Oh, there are numerous...
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather questionable...
Yes, the
The woman looks...
Oke, coba kita balik lagi ke furnace dulu. Kita tidak bisa melanjutkan case case si gede kita dulu ke Union. Ya karena kita masih butuh mungkin encyclopedia kali ya guys ya. Oke. Enggak, bentar gue tinggal upgrade tangannya. Nice. Kita lanjut ke furnace dulu. Mungkin kita bisa nemuin clue lebih banyak. Maybe. Ini furnace-nya kan ini nih.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it. Something
Nice, berhasil.
breaks loose in you. You've awakened the entity.
Hello? Did you say anything?
You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound...
Nice, ternyata emang orang guys. Bukan setan atau semacamnya. Terfising aja deh, lumayan soalnya. Oh. Jadi emang orang, bukan entity setan. Ini gelap banget by the way, kita butuh lampu sebenarnya, tapi nggak usah. Aduh, duh. Ternyata kita butuh lampu, guys. Nah, oke. Nah, berarti masuknya lewat sini. Nice. We found our way.
Hello, I'm Nia.
Halo Nia.
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been. So what kind of die?
Could this be the malicious entity? She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Yes, Amelia is like a. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. I'm a novelty dice maker.
As she speaks, role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Very good. My rating. Take a look around and.
This person means you or no one else. Absolutely no harm. She will answer freely and honestly.
How did I become one? It was a business. Some of my friends were role players. They not especially.
Some of those nice people have big...
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. I think I have just the...
Police colors.
Not the most original. Here, catch.
A beautiful woman tossing you a gift. Whatever you do, don't overthink. You overthink it. Your hands can't...
Ah, down the drain, like your career. That one is made of blue. It's a shame.
Is she pitying you?
Now, was there anything else? Nothing really.
Who cares about the dead body? We might be dealing with a malignant entity here.
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. Well, they're during date, but I never saw anyone. I might have.
It's light here, but...
It's really hard to make. It's an odd profession.
She nods.
Anything else, officer? We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had...
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney. When she arrived here, there was no room anywhere else. She must have known the other businesses.
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true. Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energy spared her somehow? All right, but it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in racks? Some people say it's part of the building complex. And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it? I was just about to ask, what do you...
Time has come to face the source.
Okay.
Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
Is it now? Well, if you ever find a way to explain all the...
Plaisance is not going to like what you have to tell her.
More or less.
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
Yes, I think it...
You wouldn't like it. It's not about the haircut. It's about the confidence.
Me neither. It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club. A community project created... Kuno. Who's Kuno? Oh yes, I think it would take more than a gym to help that. A kind man from Zemsk.
I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was. It didn't.
You should have known it. It's not really full of that.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding. There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing. And you know how all kinds of. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in kite. Really? You mean Mr. Fabron?
But what drugs exactly?
He got high on some weird.
Even you can probably do better than.
Oh, this one turns out.
What's.
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway, and I have. It's a sub.
What does she mean to get off on it?
People do.
It's the copper piece.
In any case, I don't think it's. They were made by. Honestly, I think it's quite funny. The usual. The slips.
They were just a maybe you could make a sword out of one.
Fortress Axe, they were an interest. They certainly took their work very. The usual. They're. Well, I did hear them talking. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals. Yes, but in the end they just.
Showing up to work on time is hard. No, scratch that. Showing up to work at all is difficult. Especially.
Still, not everyone.
The result is the dice is black and filled with little.
Anything else? Oh boy, the fabled rev. The place was owned by two guys who had some. There was really just one, and by.
Sounds like she. Fritte does the same thing.
Employing Sokitin, and they already had the bear. Of course not. Eventually, Ravishal ICT lost the price war to its rival. Class A 5,000. Class A 5,000. You did what? Ugh, of course they left it plugged in. Even in the taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast. He said he met it's an image by telling you to do.
A wise and noble beast, guiding you.
Very good. Anyway.
Little sparkling outside its light.
Anything else? Another failed. Oh, right. I think none of those.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
That's right. I haven't even. Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes. You hustle. Oh, yeah. Look at yourself. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is hard. A little. It ain't easy. But you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop, and a sprinter, and a money printer. Oh yeah, you took that can't say that. You wasn't easy getting. He did. You didn't log that in as a donation. Sure. Are you rich? Get out of here. You're a pauper. You work harder than anyone. Almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that? Look, the immigrants are cool. The immigrants play cool music. Everyone likes them. That's right. Our tax is almost non-existent in the Gossamer state that is Revachol. You and I both, but they got the 98% of all your money.
Ya,
Here you go, hustler.
Gue nggak mau ada teks, gue nggak suka adanya teks.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Bentar, kali berhasil kalau kita pakai baju yang ada shivernya. Nggak ada lagi. Ah iyalah. Tapi coba aja, 17% ada kemungkinan dapat kan?
Are you looking for a die?
You feel nothing.
Masa dari sepanjang 17% percobaan kagak ada yang berhasil?
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking?
You feel nothing.
Ayo dong.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
You feel.
Ah, ilah bro.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking?
You feel
Ilah bro. Aduh, sampai salah pencet gua kan.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking?
You feel
Emosi gagal lah. Gua dapat 9, totalnya 14.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking?
You feel
Ini berapa? Dapat 9 lagi. 9 mulu dapatnya.
Oh, it's you again. Are you?
You feel nothing.
Dapat.
If anything, it's uncomfortably warm.
Dapat 10 nih. Masih butuh 4 lagi. Aduh.
Oh, it's you again. Are you?
You feel nothing. If anything.
Ya 9 lagi. Ya udah nanti aja lah. Sulit. Mendingan laut sini enggak sih? Lebih dekat. Aduh. Kita kemana ya? Bingung gue. Mau kemana lagi? Apakah kita coba lihat penyeberangan? Oh enggak, kita report dulu ke ibu-ibu. Mungkin ada something happen.
What have you found? And also, a novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep. I don't understand.
Before you say anything, ask yourself, is the narrative she's built, she's squeezing on the pendant too tight? A drop of blood in her palm. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her.
Oh, how horrid! Tell me, did you find a way to break the curse? What does that mean? All that matters is that... Thank you, officer. Truly, you...
It will only last a day or two, a week tops. Then her mood will sour and she will feel...
Nice. Ini udah tiga. Tapi apa ini aja ya? Ini deh, shiver boleh deh. Nah, kalau misalkan kita tadi pakai shiver udah bisa belum ya? Ini aneh. Kita udah upgrade nih. Masa masih nggak bisa? Nah, gua harus megang lampu lagi ya. Ribet anjir. Ya harus pakai lampu. Lampu. Coba kita as-as.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
You feel nothing.
Masih gagal. Gak apa, gue tidak gampang menyerah guys.
Oh, it's you again. Are you...
You feel nothing. If anything.
At least ada kemungkinan. Tadi tuh dari kocokan dice-nya kita kan butuh 14 gitu. Kita dapat 12. Jadi ada kemungkinan berhasilnya kok.
Oh, it's you again.
You feel nothing.
Berhasil, cok.
Oh, it's you again. Are you...
A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated. For a moment, it almost feels as though you're outside the...
Didn't we already talk about this? What are you talking about?
No, the old cold plant.
This doesn't make any sense. Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from? You're right. Does it mean that I'm safe from...
Don't let her become complacent. She still needs to ward her soul against the evil forces. She starts laughing, her fingers trying to rub away.
Do you know what this is? It's a mourning ring. I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan. It wasn't just the jewelry shop. And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney? Yeah, that's why people like role-playing. It's like every... But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories, officer.
Ya, etos kita udah usaha lah. Okay. And where we should go? Oke. Gue masih kepo sama bangunan yang di atas itu deh, guys. Bangunan di atas, bangunan apartemen yang itu.
Hello? Me? No one.
She doesn't really want to. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
Looking for something to read. It is. I know you are. What with?
What with? A lot of things. For example, people tend to go missing. Her hands move over the book cover.
My husband? No, he's not. You're welcome.
The woman before.
Kita jangan gangguin orang yang nggak minta diganggu, anjir. Aduh. Sepertinya masih tidak bisa dibuka sih, guys.
A sturdy metal on the door.
Stop banging on the door. I'm not letting any more strangers inside. The police. No. Go check the backyard.
Backyard door.
Backyard door kan di daerah situ.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Masih bisa dibuka. Maybe something around here. No. sini bocil anjing. Ngeselin, Cok. Oh iya, bola.
There, working class drunk. Cracked it. All in a good day's work. What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is. No. Yes. Didn't she repeatedly tell you her husband isn't Misinda? Do marriages make any sense? Does not honorable?
We're still waiting for a replacement for the bull you sent sinking. What is this?
Now. No need to get angry again, René. I'm sure the officer tried his best. It's not like there's a bull kiosk here in Martinez.
The best, huh? This isn't even a bull. But fine. I guess you did attempt to right your hooliganism. Yes, the debate. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and... Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a tour. No one. Yes.
Look, officer. The container yard...
The possibility.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man...
Look, officer. Can we conclude the topic of my guard boost now? She...
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she's sure...
Yes. Like I said, I would be up anyway. Ah, yes.
Oh,
a superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the... You haven't lived this...
And the worst...
The Carabinier. No one and nothing can...
Right. Yes. I do. Why what? Because that's what happens when communards fine.
I have read...
Yes.
René. Hello, officer. How might I... Oh,
do not defile her memory.
We knew her. She was...
And then you stole her from me.
Oh.
You stole her from me.
Well, technically...
We were just both... No point starting this all up.
She died of... René and I were both by her...
Died?
Departed. She was always leaving one of us for the other, but never long enough to actually... Heck,
you always confuse...
He suddenly remembers.
Of course, officer. Memories are all we have left. Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. But that's all I know, really. Of course,
Oke. Another upgrade kita punya. Upgrade apa lagi ya? Maybe empathy. I think we need bit more empathy, right? Udah dibuka belum ya jalan yang menuju ke seberang?
Good day to you, officer.
Sepertinya belum, guys.
Hello again. How can I help you?
Coba. Kalau butuh elektrik, kita pakai sarung tangan ini. Bisa menambah chances kita.
Hello again. How can I help you?
Feeling warm and a drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it...
I try to keep the...
There's a note of indignation in his voice. Interesting.
Early dawn, I was with the emergency.
He's taken it for mental and emotional. Not physical pain these days.
The clean-up, so I came to a bad idea.
The People's Pile was a Type U particle decay generator, a primitive nuclear reactor. Construction began during the needless to say, an emergency valve defect resulted in steam.
We were an all-volunteer.
On the patch, tough son of a gun.
I lived by there wasn't much the volunteer force could do. There's a reason. So much. No one.
So much.
A bunch of poor I like the
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Let me have a look. Oh, no. A photic path.
You have absolutely no idea what aphotic paths are.
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
Jadi dia nggak jual something ya, cuma apa namanya ya pawning shop. Belum dibuka jalannya guys. Jadi ora isu.
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses.
You like sunglasses, officer?
These
are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, super material, very cool.
Yang bikin konseptual gua nambah apa ya? Nggak ada lagi guys.
The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100.
Enggak deh, makasih.
You keep coming.
Save the economy. That sounds off. The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them.
Oke. Kita punya cash apa aja sih disuruhnya? Nggak tinggal. Oke. Berarti besok baru dibuka itu tempatnya. Kita ke Everett juga buat apa guys? Masalah kalau kita interview sekarang pun tidak akan membuahkan hasil apa-apa. Apa bisa ya?
Can I help you? Another thing. Yes.
Ya coba deh kita tanya. Nah ini sih gardener kan?
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? No, I am not a gardener. So let's get to it. That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. Like I already told you, what you want is of no significance. Of it, what are we going to do? The Union isn't. If anything, it is the I am being a.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask. Or get back to your commanders. Look at...
Strange. It's as if people don't believe a cop could be a socialist revolution. Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
Mungkin nanti aja. Tapi kalau kita nanyain tadi sekarang,
This is where you say your bed.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
What, is he fucking kidding?
Hey, asshole, up here. We're talking to you.
Oh, this is about...
You sure took your time, huh? Wait.
Oh, he was a real pretty...
I can't for the life of me.
You might want to start asking your questions now.
These guys are so macho, they're ready to confess to do a head count first. Connect these men, starting from the right. Boot size 44, blonde man, in his 30s, overbearingly masculine, sitting on his right. Across, at the other table, hobnailed working with. He spent his youth in and then, standard work. The emblem on his vest, in the far corner, standard working, size 41, with, in the middle, heaving and wheezing. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene, exactly the missing lady driver who was running the drug trade. Does it mean the Hardy Boys are involved in the drug trade as well? Maybe, but hey, you've stood there for about 4 seconds, not...
The fuck is with you, fella? Yeah.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
Goddamn right.
It's probably more like 2,000 or 3,000, but whatever keeps their spirits up.
Kayaknya emang seharusnya kita butuh si Kim deh, Kim Kitsuraginya deh. Mari kita save dulu. Jadi kayaknya itu aja guys untuk hari ini. So, thank you for stream. See you on next stream. Bye.